To everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. It's closeout time at Schottenkirk Chevrolet Waukee.
Get $4,750 cash allowance on new 21 Equinox models. We've got 45 of them. Get $4,250 cash allowance on new 21 Silverado crew cabs. And as always, we're in a position to give you more for your trade. Click, call, or stop in.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. WaukeeChevy.com.
Rolling time schedule tonight. If we have the opportunity to get ahead of schedule, we hope to get ahead and stay ahead. So please pay close attention to the event going on the track. That is your schedule for warm-up and check-in. Don't take a chance of getting to the starting line without being checked in, without hip numbers. Check in early if you'd like. All running event athletes will check in at the shed in the northwest corner of the facility. So check in early and keep those hip numbers where you can find them and get to the starting line on time. If we get a chance to be ahead of schedule, we hope to stay ahead. Thank you.
In 35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford. DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Iowans know that winter means snow, ice, and freezing temps. Severe weather can make the roads downright dangerous. Truck Equipment Incorporated has the toughest work equipment that can stand up to the harshest conditions. Look for Western brand snowplows, quality you can count on. Buy new or utilize our repair services. We'll order new parts for same-day pickup or delivery. And now you can shop from home with our virtual showroom. Go to truckequipment.com today.
And sprint medley relay teams, you should all be checked in. Sprint medley relay teams, JV and varsity, you should all be checked in. Athletes, want to remind you, for running events, please get checked in as soon as you can. You will not be called for each event to check in, so it's up to you to pay a close attention to what is going on the track and get checked in a timely manner. We will roll the time schedule and get ahead if at all possible. That doesn't mean that we'll have the opportunity, but if we do have the opportunity, we hope to take advantage of it and stay ahead tonight. So we're 6 minutes from the start of the varsity sprint medley relay. We're running that in 2 sections, followed by 2 sections of the JV sprint medley. And when we get to the 3,000 meters, we are going to run the JV and varsity together. JV and varsity will run together in the 3,000, which means 4x8 teams. You'll be taking the track a little bit sooner than what you had planned. So varsity and JV 3,000 meter runners will be in one section. So JV 3,000 meter runners and the 4x8 teams. You'll be taking the track a little earlier than what you had expected. So make sure you get checked in a timely manner. And the sprint medley relay about to begin. Running varsity first, 2 sections, followed by 2 sections of JV. And the legs on this medley, 100, 100, 200, and 400. City High in lane 2, Indianola in 3, Ankeny in 4, Norwalk in 5, Marshalltown in lane 6. Norwalk in 5 was 7th in 3A in our last state meet. Indianola was a Drake Relays qualifier. City High and Ankeny were both 4A qualifiers in 2019. Once again, City High in 2, Indianola in 3, Ankeny in 4, Norwalk in 5, and Marshalltown in lane 6. First section, varsity sprint medley. We are ready at the first exchange. How about the second exchange? Not quite ready yet. And we are ready, Mr. Starter. First section, varsity sprint medley. And we have a clean start here in section 1. City High in 2, opening up with Fonfibon. Sickles leading off for Indianola. That's Norwalk in 5 with Randall. They'll run Robbins on the second 100-meter leg. Marshalltown opened up with Augustine. They're running Collins. Indianola running well in lane 3 with Giaffreddi. They'll run Lauren Blake on the 200. And Indianola, 200-meter leg here. They'll anchor with 400. It's Indianola and Ankeny. Jack's running the 200 for Ankeny. Indianola with Lauren Blake. They'll anchor Emily Naughton. Indianola and Ankeny. Norwalk and Marshalltown. City High. And Indianola first to make the pass. These quarter-milers are in their lanes until they get to the head of the backstretch. Once they pass through the small orange cones, they can cut down to the inside. That's Indianola with Emily Naughton. Norwalk running Haley down on their anchor leg. Ankeny with Shadravan. Marshalltown with Gallegos. And City High has Ava Bell on their anchor leg. That's Indianola taking the field past the scoreboard. Emily Naughton running this 400 anchor leg. Indianola and Norwalk. Indianola and Norwalk. Ankeny running third. Everybody's against the clock. This is the first of 2 sections in this time final. Indianola at 156.45. 156.45. So that is our time to beat as we go now to section 2. In lane 1, they were 5th in 3A in 2019. This is Pella. Johnston, a 4A qualifier, is in 2. in lane 3. They were a Drake Relays qualifier in 7th and 4A, Waukee. Roosevelt runs in 4. Cedar Falls, they were the 4A state champion a year ago and the runner-up at Drake, and they'll be in 5. In lane 6, Drake Relays qualifier in 8th in the 4A state meet, the Little Cyclones of Ames. Valley, a 4A qualifier a year ago, runs in 2 years ago, runs in 7. And Dowling, both a Drake and state qualifier in 2019, will run in lane 8. Section 2, the time to beat, 156.45. Are we ready at the first exchange? We are ready at the first and the second exchange, Mr. Starter. We're ready for Section 2 of the medley. And this is Section 2 of 2. 156.45 is the time to beat. Put up by Indianola in that first section. Ames in lane 6. They went Deerdorf. This is Ingalls. They'll run Moon on the 200. And Ames is running well. Waukee in lane 3. Karuna Talaka running this 200 leg for Waukee. Ames and Waukee as they come out of the turn. Once again, 400 meters on the anchor leg. Ames and Waukee. Cedar Falls and Valley. And Ames and Waukee coming out of there together on this 400-meter leg. Waukee will be anchoring Angelina Carter. And Ames with Ellie Lynch through the cones, and they can cut down to the inside. Waukee out in front, 156.45 is the time to beat. And your leaders are at the video board. Waukee followed by Ames. 156.45 is the time to beat. Waukee and Ames and Cedar Falls. Waukee and Ames. Ames getting a fine carry from Lynch. And the Little Cyclones to the lead. And it will be Ames in Section 2. And it is Ames for the win, 153.61. 153.61. And you see the results populating up on the board. Now we'll move to the JV sprint medley. We'll be running 2 sections here as well. Section 1, Indianola in 2, Dowling in 3, City High in 4, Johnston in 5, and Marshalltown in lane 6. Indianola in 2, Dowling in 3, City High in 4, Johnston in 5, Marshalltown in lane 6. Section 1, JV medley. Are we ready at the first exchange and the second exchange? We're ready, Mr. Starter. First section, JV medley. Indianola, Dowling, City High, Johnston, and Marshalltown. First of two JV sections in the medley. Johnston getting out well. They opened up with Rigby. The Wagbo running the second leg for Johnston. They'll run Lindgren on the 200. And Sophie Lindgren has the stick for Johnston. Marshalltown with the pass. They'll run Castillo on the 200. City High with Bellaskay. Johnston and City High. Johnston and City High. Dowling running well in lane 3, getting a good carry from Grindotti. Johnston at the exchange. We go to the 400-meter anchor leg. Maggie Burry on the anchor for Johnston. City High with Bolter. Dowling with Bigelow. This is the first of two sections in the JV medley. A reminder, JV and Varsity, 3,000-meter runners. It will be one section. Varsity and JV 3,000 is combined to one section. So JV girls, that means you'll run a little early. 4x8 teams, it means you'll run a little early as well. Pay close attention to what's going on the track. That is your schedule to check in. And here's your leader in this first section of the JV medley. It is Johnston, followed by City High and Dowling. And Johnston with Maggie Burry on their anchor leg, and they'll put up the time to beat. 2:08:18. 2:08:18 for Johnston. So that's the time to beat now as we move to Section 2. And we'll have Norwalk in 1, Waukee in 2, Roosevelt in 3, Ames in 4, Valley in 5, Ankeny in 6, Cedar Falls in 7, Pella will run in lane 8. And we're ready at the first exchange. We are ready at the second exchange, Mr. Starter. Section 2, JV Sprint Medley. And a clean start here in Section 2. 2:08:18 is the time to beat, put up by Johnston in that first section. All JV and Varsity 3,000-meter runners should be at the 200-meter mark on the backstretch. All 3,000-meter runners, JV and Varsity, should be at the 200-meter mark on the backstretch. Cedar Falls in lane 7. Running Kowelty on that second 100. They're running Jasmine Barney on the 200. Ames running well in lane 4 with Ireland Bus. It is Ames and Cedar Falls. Ames and Cedar Falls. Ankeny running well with Landmesser. Ames will run Allie Franzen on the anchor leg, and she has the stick for the Little Cyclones. Waukee with Jenna Jones on their 400 leg. Ames and Waukee. Valley with Griffith. Ankeny with Winfrey. Cedar Falls with Ernst. Ames out in front with Allie Franzen. 2:08.18 is the time to beat. Allie is running Reagan Griffith on their anchor leg. And the leader is at the video board. And that is Ames. Ames won the varsity sprint medley. And they're leading this second section of the JV medley. Time to beat is 2:08.18. Valley in second. Waukee running third, and it will be Ames. And we'll check out the clocking. Ames runs 1:59.51 to sweep the sprint medleys. They win the varsity, and now they come back and win the JV, running 1:59.51. And next up, 3,000 meter run, JV and varsity running together. JV and varsity together here in the 3,000. So varsity 4x8, JV 4x8. You'll be going a little sooner than you had originally planned. We are on a rolling time schedule, and we are right on that time schedule right now. But if we have the opportunity to get ahead, we hope to get ahead and stay ahead. And an outstanding field here in this 3,000. Olivia Verde of Johnston's in the field. Outstanding freshman who was 7th in the state cross-country meet. Lauren Schultz of Valley, the 4A runner-up in cross-country. And that is Schultz out there early. Schultz followed by Verde. Abby Hahn of Roosevelt. Cameron Inslee of Valley, she was 15th in the 4A cross-country championships. Aaliyah Tenpus of Johnston, 3-time top 11 finisher at state cross-country. This is JV and varsity together in the 3,000. Lauren Schultz of Valley takes the field to the backstretch. Single file now as we move down the backstretch for the first time. Varsity 4x8 is next. One section of varsity 4x8 followed by one section of the JV 4x8. Make sure you're getting checked in a timely manner, please. And your leaders are at the video board. Lauren Schultz. She was a state qualifier in this event as a sophomore. Runner-up in state cross-country this past fall. Schultz and Verde, the Johnston freshman. Abby Hahn, the Roosevelt sophomore. And it's Cameron Inslee of Valley, Tempest of Johnston. They round out your top 5. 6 laps to go. And Lauren Schultz of Valley has been our leader from the gun. Johnston. Verde of Johnston is in that top 3. She's been there from the gun as well. That's Abby Hahn of Roosevelt running second. We have a lead pack of 6 right now. And we've passed the 3-minute mark. It is Schultz and Hahn and Verde. Inslee of Valley. Tempest of Johnston. And Peyton Kelderman of Waukee. Kelderman was a 4A qualifier in this event as a sophomore. She was on the Waukee cross-country team that made it to Fort Dodge, the state cross-country meet. Lauren Schultz of Valley, the runner-up in that meet in 4A, takes the field to the backstretch, getting a bit of separation now from that top 6. And now we've got a lead pack of 4 as they make their way past the video board, and Schultz continues to lead. Schultz and Hahn, Verde, and Tempest. As the night goes on, girls, if you want to check your pockets, we have a ring that was found and it's been turned into the press box. If you are missing a ring and can describe it, we'll make a deal with you. We might have it up here in the press box. 4 laps to go. Lauren Schultz of Valley up front. Schultz has been our leader from the gun. Schultz and Hahn and Verde and Tempest as they move down the backstretch. Inslee of Valley, Kelderman of Waukee. And your leaders now are coming into the front stretch once again. Schultz and Verde. And Hahn. Schultz is a senior. Verde is a freshman. And Hahn a sophomore. And it's Tempest, the junior from Johnston. 3 laps to go. Bailey Vaughn of Johnston is our JV leader. She was on that 4A championship team this fall for Johnston, and she's leading the JV 3K right now. And your leaders are on the front stretch. Schultz continues to run up front, trying to put some separation on the rest of the field now. Lauren Schultz of Valley. Olivia Verde of Johnston. Abby Hahn of Roosevelt. .400 meters to go. Schultz and Verde and Hahn continue to run 1, 2, and 3. Then it's Tenpus of Johnston. Inslee of Valley. Kelderman of Waukee. Lauren Schultz of Valley. She's been up front, battling the wind in this 3,000 meters, and she's coming to the bell lap. About 9:15 with a lap to go. Lauren Schultz of Valley. Hahn has moved into second. Bailey Vaughn of Johnston continues to lead the JV 3000. And your leader, Lauren Schultz of Valley, is at the video board. We are on the bell lap here in this 3000. JV and Varsity running together. Lauren Schultz of West Des Moines Valley. It is Schultz. And Leah Tenpus of Johnston had a great finish as well. Schultz the winner, 10:39.67, followed by Verde of 10:44.48. Hahn was third. You see her times coming up on the board at 10:45.39. Lauren Schultz, 10:39.67. She has a faster time this year. She has run under 10:35 prior to tonight. Watch the track, please. We still have competitors in this 3000 out on the track. Varsity 4x8 will be our next event on the track. Varsity 4x8, you're up next. Followed by the JV 4x8. Then we'll move on to the shuttle hurdle relays. And the Varsity 4x8 now taking the track. Drake Relays runner-up Dowling was in the field. Pella, 8th in 3A last year. City High, a 4A qualifier. Valley, wear hip number 4. Waukee is in the field. They were 5th at Drake and 3rd in 4A in 2019. Johnston, 8th at Drake and 5th in 4A. Cedar Falls, a 4A qualifier. Ankeny, a 4A qualifier. Norwalk was 7th in 3A in 2019. Ames will wear hip 10. Marshalltown wears hip 11. Varsity 4x8 is on the track. And this 4x8 Ankeny Centennial is our current state leader at 9:37.23. Waukee has run 9:51.7 this year, and they are at number 2. Dowling was the Drake Relays runner-up a year ago. Here come your leaders. Dowling and Waukee and Johnston. Dowling opening up with Gaskell. Waukee leading off with Mallory Drake. Johnston with Bella Heikes. One section for the Varsity 4x8, followed by one section for the JV 4x8. Then to the Shuttle Hurdle Relays. All those events should all be checked in. And Waukee to the lead on the backstretch. Waukee with Mallory Drake on their lead leg. They'll run Molly Bannister second. Bannister was on that quartet that finished 5th at Drake and 3rd at the state meet in 2019. Waukee and Dowling, Johnston and Norwalk. And it's Valley and Ankeny and Ames. And here's your leader on the front stretch. It is Waukee. Waukee with Mallory Drake. Molly Bannister will run second. Right at 2:30 on that opening carry for Waukee. Then we've got Dowling, Johnston, and Norwalk in a battle for second. Ankeny running 5th. Waukee with the lead on the backstretch. Waukee followed by Johnston. Johnston running Samantha Strauss on this second leg. She was on their quartet that medaled both at Drake and State in 2019. Waukee and Johnston, Valley, Dowling, and Ankeny. Norwalk and Cedar Falls and Ames and Marshalltown. And one lap remains on this second leg. Waukee out in front with Bannister. Johnston running Strauss. Johnston, Dowling, and Ankeny. They're in a group battling for that second spot. They're battling for third place, rather, behind Johnston. Waukee is your leader, and they're going past the video board. It's Waukee and Johnston. Valley and Ankeny and Dowling. And Waukee will be the first to make the pass to the third leg on this 4x8. And Waukee. And Johnston. Waukee running Heisman on this leg. Johnston with Spear. Valley has Libby White on their third leg. Ankeny, the sophomore, Jenna Pitts carrying the stick for Ankeny. Dowling with Carly Osborne. Waukee at the video board is your leader. All JV 4x8 teams should be checked in. All varsity and JV shuttle hurdle relay teams should be checked in. Waukee and Johnston here on the front stretch. Then it's Ankeny and Valley. Dowling and Ames now beginning to move up through the field. Ames getting a good carry from Neondu Chan. Waukee is out in front. Then it's Johnston and Ankeny. Valley and Ames. Waukee. We're coming to the anchor leg on this 4x8. Waukee out in front. Johnston. They're getting a good carry from Spear. Waukee will be anchoring Margot Bassert. Johnston will anchor Faith Need. Ankeny with Jenna Pitts, and they'll run Liz Proctor on the anchor. A freshman for Ankeny. Valley will be anchoring Leah Thomas. Dowling will have Avery Muller on their anchor leg. Cedar Falls with Brooklyn Francis. Ames with Leola Almquist. Marshalltown will be anchoring McKenna Ainsworth. Norwalk with Kennedy Wendell. Pella will anchor Ashley Blomers. Waukee leads the field here in this varsity 4x8. Waukee out in front with Bassert on their anchor leg. And the bell lap here on the 4x8 for the varsity. Waukee leads the field on the backstretch. That's Johnston running second. They're running Faith Need on their anchor leg. And Waukee now at the video board. Waukee with Bassert. Johnston anchoring Need. Waukee and Johnston here on the front stretch. Margot Bassert, Faith Need. Varsity 4x8. And it will be Waukee. And 10:09:35, the winning time for Waukee. 10:09:35, 10:12:39 for Johnston. On the track, the JV 4x8. Ankeny, Pella, Indianola, Valley, Waukee, Dowling, Cedar Falls, City High, Norwalk, Johnston, and Marshalltown. And a clean start here in this JV 4x8. And Johnston jumping out to the lead with Olivia Hayes. Cedar Falls running Jules Fromm on this opening leg. City High with Sophie Stumbo. Shuttle hurdle relay teams should all be checked in. 100-meter dash participants should all be checked in. JV and Varsity. The leaders are at the video board. It's Johnston, followed by City High, followed by Cedar Falls. Then it's Valley and Waukee, Norwalk, and Dowling. And 400 meters in here now on this opening leg of the JV 4x8. Johnston is out in front. Johnston with Hayes. City High running Stumbo. Fromm running this leg for Cedar Falls. Valley with Overton. Norwalk running Winkler. Waukee running Carter. Hayes for Johnston. Augustine for Marshalltown. Bogards leading off for Pella and Graber for Ankeny. Johnston, Waukee, and Valley running 1, 2, and 3. And Cedar Falls in 4th and City High running 5th. And your leaders are on the front stretch. Johnston, Waukee, Valley and Cedar Falls and City High. And Johnston out in front now, running Abigail Wharton on the second leg. Waukee with Karen Roush. Waukee and Johnston. And here are your leaders on the front stretch. Waukee and Johnston, Cedar Falls and Valley, City High, Dowling, Ankeny. One lap to go here on this second leg. Johnston and Waukee running 1 and 2. Cedar Falls in 3rd. Valley running 4th. City High rounding out the top 5 as they move down the backstretch. And Waukee has moved to the lead. Karen Roush giving them a fine carry here on this second leg. They'll run Sophia Heiser on the third leg. And it is Waukee out in front. Waukee, Johnston, running Kriegel on their second leg, third leg rather. Cedar Falls with Malaro. Valley with Elise Carver. City High running Natalie Kuhlman on their third leg. That's Waukee with the lead as they go past the video board. Waukee and Johnston. Cedar Falls and Valley. Waukee with Heesier on this third leg. They'll be anchoring Jaden Johnson. And here comes your leader into the front stretch. We'll be going to the anchor leg. This is Waukee, Johnston, and Cedar Falls running second and third. Then it's Valley, followed by City High and Dowling. And Waukee with the exchange as we go to the anchor on this JV 4x8. Waukee anchoring Jaden Johnson. Johnston with Jenna Woodsmall. Cedar Falls has Sarah Goodenbauer on their anchor leg. And here's Waukee on the front stretch. And they're leading this JV 4x8. And it's Cedar Falls and Johnston and Valley. Cedar Falls getting a good carry from Goodenbauer, and that's Waukee out in front, moving to the backstretch with Jaden Johnson. .200 meters to go for the leader, Waukee, in the JV 4x8. They won the Varsity 4x8. Ames swept the sprint medleys. Waukee going after a sweep here in the 4x8s. Waukee with Jaden Johnson. And it's Waukee winning the JV 4x8 in 10:55.74. And Cedar Falls will be the runner-up, 11:15.99. And Johnston is third, 11:23.84. Watch the track, please. Still have 4x8 teams on the track. Varsity Shuttle Hurdle Relay will be our next event. We'll be running 3 sections for the Varsity Shuttle Hurdle Relay. We'll follow that with 2 sections of the JV Shuttle Hurdle Relay. All shuttle hurdle relays, all 100-meter dash participants, all distance medley relay teams. You should all be checked in if you've not done so already. In this first of 3 sections of the shuttle hurdle relay for the Varsity, Pella will run in lanes 1 and 2, Valley in 3 and 4, Marshalltown in 5 and 6. Once again, Pella will run in 1 and 2, Valley in 3 and 4, Marshalltown will run in lanes 5 and 6. First of 3 sections in the Varsity Shuttle Hurdle Relay. And a clean start here in section 1. And Valley opening up with Ellen Mitchell. That's Pella on the inside with Van Hoekelom. Rasmussen leading off for Marshalltown. And Valley, they'll run Emma now on the second leg. Valley and Pella and Marshalltown. Nemengay running for Pella. That's Becerra running this leg for Marshalltown. And Valley first at the exchange. Riley Yant running this third leg for Valley. Valley, Marshalltown, and Pella. Move to the anchor. And Naquer Aru on the anchor leg here for Valley. Aru anchoring for Valley. Pella with Rowe. Marshalltown with Camera. And it is Valley in that first section. They'll put up the initial time to beat, as this is a timed final. 1:16.82. 1:16.82 for Valley. You see the results up on the board. We'll now move to section number 2. Scheduled to have Johnston, a 4A qualifier from 2019 in 1 and 2. Ankeny, a Drake Relays qualifier in 3 and 4. And Indianola will run in 5 and 6. Johnston will lead off with Sierra Wheeler. She was on that state qualifying quartet. Ellie Dalton leads off for Ankeny. Anna Young on the lead leg for Indianola. And a clean start here in section 2. Ankeny getting out well early here with Ellie Dalton. That's Johnston on the inside with Wheeler, and Indianola with Young. Ankeny, Johnston, and Indianola. We'll go to the first exchange. Ankeny comes out with Lexi Stevens. Johnston with Smithson. Matthias on this second leg for Indianola. Ankeny was a Drake Relays qualifier in 2019. And Calissa Wright now running for Ankeny. Johnston with Ella Smithson. Indianola with Ellie McCombs. Ankeny, they'll be anchoring Shelby Romig. She was a 4A qualifier in the 100 hurdles in 2019, and Romig running well. Johnston with Theobald and Sickles on the anchor leg for Indianola. She was a state qualifier in the 100 hurdles as well. And it is Ankeny in section 2. 1:11.93. There's your new leader. 1:11.93 for Ankeny. Now let's move to section 3. In lane 1 and 2. They were third at Drake last in 2019 and the runner-up in Class 4A. It is Dowling Catholic. They'll have Julia Shanka, state qualifier in the 100 hurdles on the anchor. In 3 and 4, they were the Drake Relays runner-up and the 4A champion in 2019. They'll lead off with Natalie Harris. She was on that winning quartet. Waukee in 3 and 4. In 5 and 6, a Drake Relays qualifier and a state meet medalist, Cedar Falls. They'll anchor Maddie McFarland. She was on the quartet at the state meet last year and also was a 100 hurdle qualifier. In 7 and 8, Drake Relays qualifier and 5th in the 4A final. This is City High of Iowa City. They'll lead off with Mia DePringer, and DePringer was on the quartet that medaled at last year's state meet for the Little Hawks. Dowling Catholic in 1 and 2, Waukee in 3 and 4, Cedar Falls in 5 and 6, City High 7 and 8, 1:11.93 the time to beat. And a clean start here in the final section. 1:11.93 is the time to beat. Harris out well for Waukee. Waukee's the state leader coming into tonight at 1:03.83. Harris was on that championship team 2 years ago, and she got out well. Mackenzie Carney, a 4A qualifier in the 100 hurdles in 2019, running well for Waukee. It is Waukee. It is Dowling with Oklahoma. They're running second. Waukee first at the exchange with Cameron Weirs. Dowling with Olivia Kramer. Deacon on this leg for Cedar Falls, and Pressner running for City High. It is Waukee out in front. Kinsey Winger, the Dickinson Relays hurdle champion, will anchor. It is Waukee with Winger. Dowling with Shanka, a state qualifier in the 100 hurdles. Waukee and Dowling. Cedar Falls with Maddie McFarland. Sekifet's on the anchor for City High. And Waukee will get the clocking 1:03.49, and they improve upon their state lead. Waukee is your overall state leader at 1:03.49. Dowling runs 1:09.02. That's a season's best for Dowling. They had run 1:09.79. They are now the number 2 time in the state. Cedar Falls 1:10.58. They've run better this year. City High ran 1:11.43, and they have a better time as well. Waukee 1:03.49 for the win and the fastest time in the state. And let's go now to the JV shuttle hurdle relay. And it appears we've got Valley in 1 and 2 and Norwalk in 5 and 6. This is the first section of the JV shuttle hurdle relay. All 100-meter dash participants should be checked in, JV and Varsity. Distance medley relay teams, that's Varsity only. You should be checked in as well. First of 2 sections here in the JV shuttle hurdle relay. That's Valley with L. Peterson. Kate Desmond leading off for Norwalk. Valley and Norwalk. Valley running block on this leg. Norwalk with Arnold. First of 2 sections here in JV. Risley will run the 3rd leg for Valley. Livingston for Norwalk. Keely Risley, Jada Livingston. 3rd leg here of section 1. Now to section number 2 of the JV Shuttle Hurdle Relay. Marshalltown in 1 and 2, Waukee in 3 and 4, Johnston in 5 and 6. And Marshalltown with more. That's Waukee out early with Millsap. Johnston running Ruddy. And Waukee will be the leader at the first exchange here in section 2. Haley Davis running for Waukee. Johnston with Abby, Marshalltown. Mathilde Gray running for Marshalltown on the inside. They'll run Roberts third. Waukee with Morgan Gatch. Johnston with Addie Womack. That's Roberts on the third leg for Marshalltown. And we're going to the anchor here in the second and final section. And it is Waukee with Nicole Sabatino. Waukee with Sabatino. Johnston anchoring Gabriel Osborne and Madison Schwartz on the anchor for Marshalltown. And it is Waukee. 1:14:02 for Waukee. 1:14:02 as they win the JV Shuttle Hurdle Relay.
To everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. It's closeout time at Schottenkirk Chevrolet Waukee.
Get $4,750 cash allowance on new 21 Equinox models. We've got 45 of them. Get $4,250 cash allowance on new 21 Silverado crew cabs. And as always, we're in a position to give you more for your trade. Click, call, or stop in.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. WaukeeChevy.com.
In this first section of the 100, Ava Curry of Pella in 2, Isaba Okwarome of Dowling in 3, Shea Johnson of Dowling in 4, Miranda Peters of Waukee in 5, Abby Christodos of Valley will be in 6. And your first of 4 sections. Out well in 3, Oklahoma of Dowling and her teammate Johnson. And Dowling will go 1-2 in that first section. 1377 for Shea Johnson out of lane 4. 1377. Now we'll go to section 2. In lane 2 from Marshalltown, Anna DiOrio. In lane 3, Indianola's Cadence Eaton. In lane 4 from City High, it's Mackenzie Dvorsky. In lane 5, Mariana Ramirez of Marshalltown, and Kiana Carnes of Waukee will run in lane 6. Section 2 of 4 in the Varsity 100. And a clean start here in section 2. Eaton of Indianola got out well in lane 3. In lane 6, that's Kiana Carnes of Waukee. Eaton in 3 and Carnes in 6. Dvorsky of City High closing well in 4. And it was Eaton in 1342. 1337 or 1342 is our new leader. 1342 for Eaton of Indianola. Now let's move to section 3. In lane 1, it's Shayra Gaddy of Valley. In lane 2, Carly Wagner of Johnston. In lane 3, qualified to the state meet in 4 events in 2019, was on a medal-winning sprint medley for Norwalk. This is Reagan Levi. In lane 4, in the 100 meters in 2019, she was 4th at Drake and 5th in Class 4A. She was also on the Drake Relays in 4A, winning 4x1 for Ankeny. This is Matika Mayberry. In lane 5, 7th in the Drake Relays 100 final, a 4A qualifier in the 100. She too was on the winning 4x1 at Drake and in Class 4A for Ankeny. This is Eva Vanda Mortel. In lane 6, Johnston sophomore Mia Kemmer. And in lane 7, a sophomore from City High, Jasmine Fonfibon. Section 3 of 4 in the Varsity 100. And a clean start here in section 3. Vanda Mortel is out well in 5 rather. Mayberry in 4. Matika Mayberry. Wagner closed well, as did Levi, but Mayberry running very well. 12:92. There's your new state leader. 12:92. Matika Mayberry of Ankeny. Kelly Presh of North Cedar came in as the state leader at 12:96. Now Mayberry is your leader at 12:92. Now we go to section 4. Bianca Fazio of Roosevelt in 1. Lindsay Sires, a 4A qualifier in the 200 and the 4x2 for Cedar Falls, is in 2. In lane 3, A Drake Relays qualifier and a 4A qualifier in the 100 in 2019 for Cedar Falls, Anacia Smith. In lane 4, Ames sophomore Cameron Moon. In lane 5, she's a sophomore from Norwalk. She was the AAU national runner-up in the indoor national championships at 60 meters. This is Claire Farrell. In lane 6, from Roosevelt, Jillian Williams. In lane 7, Drake Relays and 4A qualifier in the 100. State meet medalist on the distance medley for Indianola, Grace Giaffretti. And in lane 8, a 3A qualifier in the 100. She was a medalist in the state meet in 3 events for Pella, Emily McMartin. Fourth and final section of the 100. And a clean start. Farrell got out well in 5. 12:92 is the time to beat and is also the state fastest time. Claire Farrell, the sophomore from Norwalk, and the field. And it is Farrell. Let's check out the clocking. 12:29. There's your new state leader, Claire Farrell, the sophomore from Norwalk. 12:29. And that is just shy of the meet record held by the great Brianna Carter of Roosevelt at 12:26. But 12:29, a time for the sophomore from Norwalk, Claire Farrell. And now we're going to go to the JV 100s. Three sections. In the first section, Danielle Cesar-Nowski of Marshalltown in 1, Adeline Schroeder of Norwalk in 2, Julia Friedrich of Dowling in 3, Gina Grandati of Dowling in 4, Dacia Wilkins of City High runs in 5, Zoe Boydston of Marshalltown in 6, and Tiffany Thatcher of Pella in lane 7. First of 3 sections here in the JV 100. Friedrich of Dowling out well in lane 3. Friedrich and Wilkins of City High. And your winning time is 14:51, so that's our time to beat as we move to section 2. And we have Shay Ung of Norwalk in 1, Maya Allen of Valley in 2, Macy Filling of Ankeny in 3, Paige Pop of Cedar Falls in 4, Abby Keeter of Valley will be in 5, Ella O'Brien of Johnston in 6, Paula Huber of Waukee in 7, and in lane 8, it's Waukee's Valerie Jepkoske. And a clean start here in section 2. 14:51 is the initial time to beat. Macy Filling of Ankeny had a good start, running well in lane 3. Macy Filling of Ankeny. There's your new JV leader at 13:67. Now to the third and final section. In lane 1, from City High, Dadriana Stewart. In lane 2, from Ankeny, Macy Sternad. Hope Stanley of Johnston is in 3. Lane 4 is vacant. Brianna Ott of Indianola in 5. Lane 6 is vacant. Kennedy Dalby of Indianola in 7. And A.V. Amels of Pella will be in lane 8. And this is the third and final section of the JV 100, 13:67, the time to beat. Sternad of Ankeny, Ott of Indianola, and 13:43. There's your new leader, Macy Sternad of Ankeny, 13:43, and she'll be your JV 100 champion. Coaches and athletes, we are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so pay close attention to what's going on the track. We're ahead. We hope to stay ahead and maybe even getting further ahead here as the night progresses. Next up, distance medley relay. It's a varsity-only event. We'll be running 2 sections. 200, 200, 400, and 800 are the legs of the girls' distance medley. In this first section, 4A qualifier in 2019, Johnston will be in 2, Ankeny in 3, 3A qualifier Pella in 4, 4A qualifier Dowling will be in 5, Norwalk in lane 6. And we are ready at the exchange, Mr. Starter. First of 2 sections, girls distance medley. And a clean start here in section 1. Each of the first 2 legs are 200 meters each. Then we go to 400 and anchor with 800. Johnston opening up with Garcia. Davis leading off for Ankeny. Warner on the lead leg for Pella. Kusner-Burleson leading off for Dowling. Korselman leading off for Norwalk, and Norwalk running well in 6. Pella in 4. They'll run Wissy on the second leg. Norwalk with Robbins. Ankeny getting out on this leg with Carson Jacks. They're running in 3. Dowling with Julia Moore. They'll run Kate Moore on the 400. Ankeny with Jackson. They'll run Avery Rubin on the 400. Ankeny and Dowling and Norwalk. And it's Johnston and Pella. And Ankeny out first. They're in lanes till they get to the top of the backstretch. Once they pass the small orange cones, they can cut down to the inside. And that is Ankeny with Avery Rubin. Johnston running Alyssa Minor on the 400. Norwalk with Bree Morrow. Pella with Warner. Dowling with Kate Moore. All 5 teams here within striking distance on this 400 leg as they go past the video board. Ankeny and Johnston and Pella. Mia Warner giving Pella a fine carry here, and Ankeny with Rubin. Ankeny will anchor Loftus. Norwalk making a move with Bree Morrow. Pella will anchor Cutler. Ankeny with Loftus. Hayes on the anchor leg for Johnston. Easter anchoring for Dowling. Morgan Weeks on the anchor leg for Norwalk. First of 2 sections of the distance medley. Varsity only event. Single file, we move down the back stretch on this anchor leg. Johnston with Olivia Hayes. Pella running Abby Cutler. That's Norwalk in third with Weeks. Dowling running Easter. Ankeny with Loftus. They're in fourth. Pella is your leader as they come off the turn. It is Pella and Johnston, Norwalk and Ankeny, and Dowling. And to the bell lap. 400 to go on this first section of the distance medley. Abby Cutler of Pella. Olivia Hayes of Johnston. Now Johnston to the lead. Norwalk and Ankeny and Dowling round out the 5 in the field. Johnston is out in front with Olivia Hayes on their anchor leg. .200 meters to go. Johnston and Pella, Norwalk, Ankeny, and Dowling. Olivia Hayes carrying the stick here for Johnston. Pella with Abby Cutler. Johnston and Pella. Norwalk and Ankeny and Dowling. And it will be Johnston. Ankeny closing well with Loftus. 4:48.88 was the time for Johnston. So that's our initial time to beat. 4:48.88. Now let's move to section number 2. Cedar Falls, the 4A champion in 2019, will be in 1. Valley, a 4A qualifier in 2. Roosevelt, a 4A qualifier in 3. City High was 4th in 4A in 2019. They'll be in 4. C.C. Kelly Harvey, who's running the 400, was on that quartet. Waukee, 5th in 4A in 2019, will be in 5. Indianola, state qualifier in 6. Marshalltown, a state qualifier as well, will run in lane 7. Second and final section of the distance medley. And we are ready at the exchange zone, Mr. Starter. And a clean start here in Section 2. 4:48.88 is the time to beat. Our state leading time right now is 4:44.69. Indianola leading off with Forbes. Stowe on the lead leg for Marshalltown. Waukee opening up with Lou. Sekifitz leading off for City High. Adair for Roosevelt. El Neal leading off for Valley, and Holbert ran that lead leg for Cedar Falls. And Indianola running Howe on this leg. That's Waukee with Akeson. And City High with DePringer. DePringer giving City High an outstanding carry on their second 200. And C.C. Kelly Harvey has the stick for the Little Hawks. Qualified to the state meet in 4 events as a sophomore. C.C. Kelly Harvey carrying the baton for City High. Waukee with Sadie Moss. Indianola with Katie O'Neill. Valley has DeBrava on this leg. Mant on the 400 carry for Cedar Falls. Marshalltown with Collins. Owens running for Roosevelt. That's City High out in front. City High and Waukee as they go past the video board. 4:48.88 is our time to beat. City High is going to be anchoring Lily Reynolds. Lindsay Kelderman will be on the anchor for Waukee. Tegan Booth will anchor for Valley. And Kelly Harvey holding on to that lead for City High. They'll make the exchange in first, followed by Waukee, Valley, and Indianola. And our leaders are on the backstretch. City High of Iowa City with Lily Reynolds. Waukee with Lindsay Kelderman. Valley has Tegan Booth on their anchor leg. Indianola counters with Lauren Blake. Cedar Falls with Natalie DeGabrielle. And Marshalltown with Rasmussen. Roosevelt with Ava Scott. Your leaders are at the video board. It's City High, followed by Waukee. 4:48.88 is the time to beat. 4:44.69 is the overall state leader. City High and Waukee. It'll be a fine battle on this last lap of the medley. And there's the bell. They got 400 to go. City High and Waukee, Valley, and Indianola, Marshalltown, Cedar Falls, and Roosevelt. Waukee is your leader on the backstretch with Lindsay Kelderman. City High just off her shoulder with Lily Reynolds. Waukee on the inside, City High on her shoulder, 200 to go. Final section of the medley. Kelderman and Reynolds. Kelderman and Reynolds, Waukee and City High, and they bring it off the turn, stride for stride. 4:48.88 the time to beat. City High, followed by Waukee, and City High will be your winner in this distance medley. 4:30.63 for the win, and there's your new state leader, Waukee, 4:33.62. There's 1 and 2 in the state in the medley. City High your winner, 4:30.63. And here are your top three finishers in the varsity high jump. We're going to tie at 4:10. Here's our first of three sections in the varsity only 400. Kaylee Dix of Pella, Suzanne Bigelow of Dowling, Aoife Bolter of City High running in 5, and Leticia Herrera of Marshalltown in 6. Aoife Bolter of City High in lane 5 here, the first of three sections of the 400. Aoife Bolter of City High out of lane 5, followed by Bigelow of Dowling, Dix of Pella, and Herrera of Marshalltown. And in that first section, it's Bolter, 109.51. So that is our time to beat thus far, 109.51. Now to section 2. In lane 1, it's Hannah Abbey of Johnston. In lane 2, Kennedy Wendell of Norwalk. Lizzie Sorensen of Waukee in 3. Riley Reesberg of Ankeny in 4. Martha Hamilton of City High in 5. Riley O'Halloran of Dowling in 6. Gabrielle Osborne of Johnston in 7. And in lane 8, Lily Wessey of Pella. Abbey, Wendell, Sorensen, Reesberg, Hamilton, O'Halloran, Osborne, and Wessey, section 2. And section number 2 with a clean start, 109.51 was the winning time in the first section. Martha Hamilton of City High getting out well in lane 5. Osborne of Johnston in 7. Hamilton and Osborne. Kennedy Wendell of Norwalk running well in lane 2. Gabriel Osborne of Johnston in 7. Hamilton of City High in 5. Kennedy Wendell of Norwalk in lane 2 running well. Section 2 now coming off the turn, 109.51 was the winning time in the first section. Osborne of Johnston Reesburg of Ankeny closing well in lane 4. Riley Reesburg of Ankeny. Reesburg. Sorensen of Waukee with a good close, but it is Reesburg. There's your new leader at 108.69. 108.69 for Riley Reesburg. And that's the leader going to the third and final section. In lane 1. 2019 qualifier to the Drake Relays on the distance medley and the 4x4, or the 4A state meet rather, and the distance medley and the 4x4. This is Sydney Stokes of Cedar Falls. In 2, Cedar Falls sophomore Jasmine Barney. In lane 3, Kayla Roundtree of Roosevelt. In lane 4, she won the 100 with a state leading time earlier this evening. She was 4th in the AAU Indoor National Championships in this event this year, running 58.19, Norwalk sophomore Claire Farrell. In lane 5, outstanding basketball player, taking her talents to Iowa State from Roosevelt, Ariana Jackson. In lane 6, she won the Dickinson Relays 200 from Valley. This is Danielle Sakaris. In lane 7 from Waukee, Ava Carter. And in lane 8 from Ankeny, Kennedy Palmer. Third and final section, 108.69 is the time to beat. And Farrell out well in lane 4. She ran 12.29 in the 100 earlier today, and the Norwalk sophomore running well down the backstretch. Farrell of Norwalk. Sakaris of Valley. Carter of Waukee. Jackson of Roosevelt. Claire Farrell. Claire Farrell in 4, leading the field. And here they come off the turn, Farrell and Sakaris. Claire Farrell, the sophomore from Norwalk. She was an indoor AAU All-American in this event, Claire Farrell. Danielle Sakaris of Valley. Ariana Jackson of Roosevelt. And there's your time for Claire Farrell, 59.57. And that's the 4th fastest in the state, or the 3rd fastest rather, in the state overall right now. 59.57 was the time for Farrell. 103.04 for Sakaris. Jackson ran 104.96. You see the rest of the results up on the board. And the sophomore from Norwalk with her 2nd win of the night. Now we move to the 4x2. Official meet time is 6:08. This event was scheduled to begin at 6:20. All 4x2s should be checked in. 100-meter hurdlers and 800-meter runners. You should all be checked in. 4x2s, 100 hurdles, 800s should all be checked in. In the first section, Indianola 4A qualifier will be in 2. City High, a Drake and state qualifier will be in 3. 3A qualifier Norwalk is in 4. They have 2 members from that quartet back here tonight. Cedar Falls, a Drake and 4A qualifier is in 5, and Marshalltown runs in 6. Section 1 of 2. Varsity 4x2, followed by 2 sections for the JV 4x2. Are we ready at the exchange zone? Not quite yet, Mr. Starter. Indianola in 2, City High in 3, Norwalk in 4, Cedar Falls in 5, and Marshalltown in 6. First of 2 sections, Varsity 4x2. And we are ready, Mr. Starter. And a clean start here in this first section. Top three finishers, varsity high jump. Ariana Jackson of Des Moines Roosevelt was third at 4 feet 10 inches. Alia Vanderhoff of City High, the runner-up, 5 feet even. And Leanna Green, the 2019 4A state champion from Waukee, is your winner at 5 feet 2 inches. And we move to the first exchange in this first section, Cedar Falls. Knutson to Strelo. Norwalk led off with Randall. And they're running Corselman on the second leg. Norwalk and Cedar Falls. Norwalk and Cedar Falls. Indianola, Marshalltown, City High. And we go to the second exchange in the third leg, and Norwalk first at the pass. They'll run Kennedy Robbins on this leg. And Cedar Falls will counter with Emma Kowelty. Indianola with Matthias. City High running Jordan Cusera. Marshalltown with Diorio. Norwalk is out in front here in Section 1. And a clean exchange, and Norwalk running Reagan Levi on the anchor. She was on that state qualifying team in 2019. It is Norwalk, and a good battle for second. Indianola and Cedar Falls together off the turn. Indianola with Eaton. Cedar Falls running Penrith. City High with Kilela. But it is Norwalk in that first section. 157.07 for Norwalk. 157.07. And now we'll move to Section 2. Roosevelt will run in 1. Drake Relays qualifier, and the 3A runner-up Pella will be in 2. Ames was a Drake Relays qualifier and the runner-up in 4A, and they'll run in 3. They won this event at the Dickinson Relays. In lane 4, they were the Drake Relays and 4A champions in 2019. The runner-up at Dickinson, this is Waukee. In 5, 7th at Drake and 8th in 4A, Ankeny. Johnston, a Drake and state qualifier in 2019, will be in 6. Dowling, 6th at Drake and 6th in 4A will be in 7. And state qualifier Valley will run in lane 8. We're ready at the exchange zone, Mr. Starter. Quiet for the start, please. As you can tell, we use a very long stagger in this 4x2. And a clean start. Waukee getting out with Karuna Talaka. That's Valley with Griffith. Okorome leading off for Dowling. Kamienski opening it up for Johnston. Eva Folk on the lead leg for Ankeny, and they are running well. Deerdorf for Ames. Current leading off for Pella, and Adair opening it up for Roosevelt. We go to the first exchange. Ankeny with the pass. They're going to run Smith on this leg. Waukee with Josie Vanderkroll. Waukee is the reigning Drake and state champion. 2 members of that quartet running here today. Karanatalaka and Perry will take the stick next for Waukee, but that's Ankeny out in front. They'll run Eden Gibson. Ankeny brings back 3 members from the foursome that placed at Drake and state last year. That's Ankeny out in front with Eden Gibson. Kalia Perry running this leg for Waukee, and Ames on the move with Ellie Lynch. Ankeny out in front, 157.07 is the time to beat. Waukee is the state leader at 145.42. Ankeny with the pass. Ava Van de Mortel has the stick, and here comes Waukee. Waukee with Cardner. Waukee with Cardner. Ames has Ingalls on their anchor leg. It is Waukee. Angelina Cardner. And Ankeny. And Ames. And Waukee. 148.65 for Waukee. They've run faster. They're the state leader at 145.42. 149.84 was that time for Ankeny. 149.98 for Ames. So Waukee is your 4x200 champion. Two sections now in the JV 4x2. And we're looking for Norwalk in 2, Dowling in 3, Pella in 4, Marshalltown in 5, and Indianola in lane 6. First of two sections, JV 4x2. Norwalk in 2, Dowling in 3, Pella 4, Marshalltown 5, Indianola 6. .100-meter hurdles will be our next event. All hurdlers should be checked in. JV and Varsity 100 hurdlers, you should all be checked in. And we are ready at the exchange zone, Mr. Starter. Quiet for the start, please. And the first of two sections in the JV 4x2. Pella opening up with Curry. Dowling leading off with Frederick. Norwalk with Carey. And Pella in lane 4 with Reno on the second leg. It is Pella and Dowling. Pella and Dowling and Norwalk as this third leg moves to the backstretch. And it is Norwalk with Sidney Schultz. Norwalk and Dowling and Pella. And Norwalk, 2:03.73. 2:03.73 for Norwalk. So that'll be our time to beat as we move to Section 2. In the second section, Roosevelt in 1, City High in 2, Waukee in 3, Ankeny in 4, Johnston in 5, Valley in 6, Cedar Falls in 7. 2:03.73, the winning time out of that first section. And a clean start here in Section 2. Valley getting out well was Sandvig in 6. Hawbaker on the lead leg for Cedar Falls. Ankeny with Filling. Johnston with Grady. Coppola leading off for Waukee. Belasque for City High. Ariana Johnson leading off for Roosevelt. And the first exchange. Cedar Falls and Valley. Ankeny with Stevens. Cedar Falls with Ernst. Remsburg running for Valley. Johnston with Grimes. And it is Valley. They'll run Reese Ford on the third leg. Cedar Falls with Latusic. And Latusic takes Cedar Falls to the lead. Waukee running well in 3 with Jade Wilson. Waukee now to the lead with Wilson. They'll be anchoring Jenna Jones. 2:03.73 is the time to beat. Waukee with Jenna Jones. Ankeny with Caitlin Braun. They're running in lane 4. Waukee in 3. Waukee and Ankeny and Johnston. Maggie Burry running well for Johnston. Cedar Falls in 7, but it's Waukee. 158-24 for the JV champions. Waukee 158-24. Top 3 finishers in the varsity long jump. Third place, Jordan Sekifitz of City High, 16.4.5. Anna Gosling of Johnston, the runner-up, 16.5.5. And your winner in the varsity long jump, Shelby Roaming of Ankeny, 17 feet 2 inches. Now we'll get hurdles set up. We'll move to the 100-meter hurdles. We will run 4 sections for the varsity, 4 sections for JV. So all hurdlers, you should all be checked in. 800-meter runners should all be checked in as well, JV and varsity. 200-meter dash, check in.
To everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. It's closeout time at Schottenkirk Chevrolet Waukee.
Get $4,750 cash allowance on new 21 Equinox models. We've got 45 of them. Get $4,250 cash allowance on new 21 Silverado crew cabs. And as always, we're in a position to give you more for your trade. Click, call, or stop in.
Who loves you, Iowa? Schottenkirk Chevy Waukee does. WaukeeChevy.com.
In the first 4 sections of the Varsity 100 hurdles, Kira Arnold of Norwalk in 2, Kate Desmond of Norwalk in lane 3, Valeria Becerra of Marshalltown in 4, Mia Rasmussen of Marshalltown in 5, Ellen Mitchell of Valley in lane 6. Section 1 of 4, Varsity 100-meter hurdles. And a clean start here in the first of 4 sections. Ellen Mitchell of Valley in lane 6. Mitchell of Valley, Desmond Becerra and Rasmussen are stride for stride in a battle for second, followed by Arnold. Ellen Mitchell of Valley. And Mitchell's time, 17:96. So there's your initial time to beat, 17:96. Move now to section 2. In lane 2, from Pella, Andrea Van Hoekelom. In lane 3, Olivia Kramer of Dowling. In lane 4, Ireland Buss of Ames. Meredith Rowe of Pella is in 5, and Kinsley Theobald of Johnston in lane 6. And section 2 of 4. Out well is Kramer of Dowling. Olivia Kramer in lane 3. Kramer leading the field. Ireland Buss of Ames is in that second spot. Olivia Kramer and Ireland Buss. 16:48 for your new leader, Olivia Kramer, 16:48. And section 3 is on the track. In lane 1 from Valley, it's Emma Now. Avery Howe of Indianola in 2. In lane 3, Nolani Matson of Cedar Falls. In lane 4, Allie Franzen of Ames. In lane 5, Drake Relays qualifier from Indianola, Raina Sickles. Lane 6 is open. Lane 7, Sierra Wheeler of Johnston. And a clean start here in Section 3. Sickles of Indianola got out well. Sickles of Indianola, Matson of Cedar Falls. Sickles and Matson. And a good finish there, Sickles and Matson in Section 2. And it was Sickles in 16:42. There's your new leader, 16:42, Raina Sickles of Indianola. And let's go now to the fourth and final section. In lane 1 from Roosevelt, Peyton Baumgartel. In lane 2, a 4A qualifier, Dowling's Julia Shanka. In lane 3 from Roosevelt, Ariana Johnson. In lane 4, she ran on the winning shuttle hurdle relay earlier today. She was on the winning shuttle hurdle relay at the 2019 state meet along with the 4x2 gold medal quartet, Waukee's Natalie Harris. In lane 5, 4A qualifier in 2019 in this event, Waukee's Mackenzie Carney. She was on that winning shuttle hurdle relay earlier today as well. Maddie McFarland, a 4A qualifier from Cedar Falls, is in 6. Shelby Roaming, 4A qualifier from Ankeny, is in 7. And Jordan Sekifitz of City High will run in lane 8. And a clean start here in the final section, 16:42, the time to beat. Carney is out well in 5 and Harris in 4. Mackenzie Carney. Carney and Harris. They were both on that winning shuttle hurdle relay earlier tonight, and it is Mackenzie Carney. And we'll get the official clocking on Carney. 14:76. There's your new state leader, 15:03 for Harris. They are 1-2 in the state. Kinsey Winger came in at number 1 at 15:30. So Waukee right now 1, 2, and 3 in overall and in 4A in the 100 hurdles. Mackenzie Carney 14:76 for the win. And just shy of the meet record, Destiny Welch of Roosevelt has that mark at 14:71. Carney, Harris, 1 and 2. McFarland of Cedar Falls was 3rd in 15:68. That equals her season's best. And let's go to the JV 100 hurdles. In lane 2, Jacqueline McGinnis of Norwalk. In 3, Madison Swartz of Marshalltown. Riddick in 5, Livingston in 6. Leah Riddick of Pella. Riddick of Pella, McGinnis of Norwalk. And it is Riddick. Now to section 2. Monique Schnoebelen of City High in 2. Tristan Gordon of Pella in 3. Ellie Peterson of Valley in 4. Crystal Castellano of Dowling in 6. And a clean start here in section 2 of 4. Tristan Gordon of Pella. Castellano of Dowling in 6. Castellano and Gordon. Castellano and Gordon and Peterson. And Schnoebelen. And Castellano at 18:58. 18:58. Now to Section 3. Paige Pop of Cedar Falls in 1. Melina Kammerer of Marshalltown in 2. Ella Smithson of Johnston in 3. Sophie Ruddy of Johnston in 4. Ellie McCombs of Indianola in 5. Calissa Wright of Ankeny in 6. Forrest Kusner Burleson of Dowling in 7. And Nquare Aru of Valley will run in lane 8. Section 3 of 4 JV hurdles. And in lane 7, Forrest Kusner Burleson of Dowling Catholic. Smithson of Johnston closed well in 3, but it was Kusner Burleson in 1797. There's your new leader. And let's go to the 4th and final section. Anna Young of Indianola in 1. In lane 2, it is Alina Marcuccia of Ames. In lane 3, Nicole Sabatino of Waukee. Chloe White of Roosevelt in 5. Maya Morales of City High in 6. Faith Millsap of Waukee in 7. Kayla Hurley of Cedar Falls in lane 8. 1797 is the time to beat. Final section here in the 100 hurdles. All 800-meter runners, 200-meter dash performers, 400 hurdlers should all be checked in. Marcuccia in 2. Nicole Sabatino of Waukee in lane 3. Sabatino, your JV champion, 1736. 1736, 1804 for Marcuccia, 1811 for Millsap. And we'll get the hurdles off the track, and we'll be moving to the 800. 2 sections for the Varsity 800, 1 section for the JV 800. So all of our 800 performers should all be checked in. If you're in the 200-meter dash, you should be checked in as well. 400 hurdlers should all be checked in. 400 hurdles is varsity only. And coaches and athletes, we are now 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you for your promptness. Thank you to the officials. Thank you for everybody for being on time and making this meet run like the well-oiled machine that it is. We're going to the 800, first of 2 sections. Official meet time is 6:40. This first section was scheduled to go off at 6:55. We have Chase of Norwalk, Almquist of Ames, Blevins of Marshalltown, Reynolds of City High, Osborne of Dowling, Smith of Marshalltown, Schmitz and Boonstra of Pella, Larson of Norwalk. Ava Reynolds of City High is the early leader. And here's your leader, Ava Reynolds of City High. And as they move to the backstretch in this first section of the 800, Ava Reynolds of City High is out in front, followed by Emma Chase of Norwalk, Leola Almquist of Ames, and Reynolds. And here's your leader, Ava Reynolds of City High. Ava Reynolds of City High. Leola Almquist of Ames. Ava Reynolds of City High, 2:39.53. So that is the time to beat, 2:39.53. And scheduled for a field of 12 in Section 2. Cameron Inslee of Valley, Brooklyn Francis of Cedar Falls, Peyton Kelderman of Waukee, Sarah Goodenbauer of Cedar Falls, Samantha Strauss of Johnston, Lauren Schultz, the 3,000 champion from earlier today for Valley, is in the field. Carly Olney of Waukee, Bella Heikes of Johnston, Sally Gaskell of Dowling, Megan Bosch of Ankeny, Alex Gloviak of Ankeny, and Tatum Frazier of City High. And a good start here in Section 2. 2:39.53 is the time to beat. Schultz of Valley was the 3,000 champion earlier today. Peyton Kelderman of Waukee is out there early. Kelderman, a two-time top 16 finisher in 4A cross country. Tatum Frazier of City High, state qualifier on the 4x8 for the Little Hawks. Carly Olney of Waukee. Heikes of Johnston. She was a Drake qualifier in this event. She was fourth in the state cross country meet. Peyton Kelderman of Waukee. Tatum Frazier of City High. 2:39.53 was the winning time in the first section. Olney of Waukee up there near the front. Lauren Schultz of Valley. Third of the Dickinson relays in the 800, and Schultz your leader at 400 meters. We're on the bell lap as they begin to make their way to the backstretch. Lauren Schultz, Carly Olney of Waukee, Peyton Kelderman of Waukee. Heikes of Johnston in fourth as we have 200 to go now, and Schultz is the leader. Schultz and Olney, Kelderman and Heikes, Frazier. Megan Bosch of Ankeny, a two-time state qualifier in the 4x8. Lauren Schultz, the 3,000-meter winner, leader here on the front stretch in the Open 800. 2:39.53 is the time to beat. Schultz and Olney, Heikes and Kelderman. And Lauren Schultz, 2:30.30. And she'll get the double, the 3K and the 800. Lauren Schultz in 2:30.30. 2:33.68 for Olney. 2:33.96 for Heikes. JV will be one section. They're making their way out on the track. All 200-meter dash runners, all 400 hurdlers should be checked in. 1,500-meter runners get to check in, please. And the JV 800 is underway. All 200-meter dash performers should be checked in. 400-meter hurdlers should be checked in. The 400-meter hurdles, a varsity event only. 1,500, you should all be checked in. And here comes your field in this JV 800. Jenna Pitts of Ankeny is out in front. And it's Miranda Bassard of Waukee in the second spot. Fromm of Cedar Falls up there in the top 5. Chrissy Spear, Piper Dahl, top 3 finishers, varsity shot put. Third place, Jadine Madison of Ankeny, 35.7.5. Maya Brinker of Cedar Falls, the runner-up, 36 feet 3. Varsity shot put champion at 37 feet 10 inches from Ames, Ella Stagg. And a good battle up front. Olivia Verde of Johnston, the outstanding freshman, is on the rail here. Verde. Here they come off the turn. Olivia Verde of Johnston. Verde of Johnston. Chrissy Spear of Johnston. Verde and Spear, Fromm of Cedar Falls. Rumgard of Waukee. And Verde is your JV champion, 232.33. All of our 200-meter dash participants should be over on the backstretch. That is varsity and JV. Everybody in the 200 should be on the backstretch. In this first section, scheduled to have Claire Hughes of Marshalltown in 2, Sierra Pressner of City High in 3, Peyton Baumgartel of Roosevelt in 4, Marin Randall of Norwalk in 5, Joel C. Santana of Marshalltown in 6. And a clean start here with Hughes and Pressner, Baumgartel and Santana. Sierra Pressner of City High in lane 3 leading this first of 4 sections. Pressner of City High, Baumgartel of Roosevelt, Santana, and Hughes of Marshalltown. 30:14 that time for Pressner. 30.14 becomes our initial time to beat. Section 2. Eris Forbes of Indianola in 2. Shayra Gaddy of Valley in 3. In lane 5, the Dickinson Relay 60 hurdle champion on the winning shuttle hurdle relay tonight for Waukee. This is Kinsey Winger. In lane 6, from Valley, Abby Christodos. Section 2 of 4. .30:14 was the winning time in the first section. This is Forbes and Gaddy, Winger and Christodos. Kinsey Winger leads the field off the turn. It is Winger and Forbes. Winger of Waukee, Forbes of Indianola. And Forbes, 28:47. So there's your new leader, 28:47. Move to section 3. Abby Warner of Pella in 1. Olivia Kramer, a sophomore from Dowling, is in 2. In lane 3, a 4A medalist in the distance medley relay. Qualified in 3 other events to the state meet in 2019. 5th in the 100 tonight from Indianola, Grace Giaffretti. In lane 4, the 4A high jump champion, tonight's high jump champion from Waukee, Leanna Green. In lane 5, a 3A qualifier in this event, Drake Relays qualifier on the 4x2 for Pella Calakurt. In lane 6, qualified to the state meet in 4 events as a sophomore, medaled on the distance medley, City High senior CC Kelly Harvey. And in lane 7, Dowling freshman Shay Johnson. Section 3. And section 3 with a clean start. Kramer in 2, Giaffretti in 3. The high jump champion Green running in 4. Olivia Kramer, the sophomore from Dowling. Giaffretti of Indianola. She was 5th in the 100. Olivia Kramer of Dowling in that 3rd section. 27:49. 27:49, the time to beat. Now we move to section 4. Running in lane 1. Gold medalist in the Drake Relays and 4A 4x1. A state qualifier in this event. She was the runner-up in the 60 at Dickinson. Ankeny senior Eva Vandemortel. In lane 2, Johnston freshman May Glass. In lane 3, a 4A qualifier in this event and the 4x2. Drake Relays medalist in the 4x4 for Cedar Falls, Lindsay Sires. In lane 4, tonight's 100-meter dash runner-up, Ames sophomore Cameron Moon. In lane 5, she won the 100 and she has won the 400 tonight. Norwalk sophomore Claire Farrell. In lane 6, a state meet medalist in the 4x1 and a qualifier in the 100, the 200, and the 4x2 for Cedar Falls. She was 3rd in the 100 tonight, Anasia Smith. in lane 7. Drake Relays in 4A. 4x1 gold medalist from Ankeny, Eva Fulk. And in 8 from Johnston, Kennedy Godfredson. Final section of the 200. And the 4th and final section. Cameron Moon of Ames in 4. Farrell, the sophomore from Norwalk. She's won the 100 and 400. She's in 5. Cameron Moon. Pair of outstanding sophomores doing battle. Moon of Ames and Farrell of Norwalk. Fulk of Ankeny. Claire Farrell. 26:04, there's your new state leader, and she wins the triple. 100 with a new state leading time. She won the 400, and she comes back to win the 200 with a new state leading time of 26:04. Claire Farrell of Norwalk. Now we go to 3 sections of the JV 200. And we have Fuller of Pella, Schultz of Norwalk, O'Halloran of Dowling, Dalby of Indianola, Duden of Marshalltown, Schaefer of City High, Hernandez of Marshalltown. O'Halloran of Dowling is your leader off the turn. Schaefer of City High running second. O'Halloran and Schaefer. Fuller of Pella on the inside. Riley O'Halloran. .30:57. So that is our initial time to beat. 30:57. In section 2, in lane 1, Wilkins of City High, Nawagbo of Johnston in 2, Pop of Cedar Falls in 3, Emerson Clara Valley in 4, O'Neill of Indianola in 5, Fritz of Valley in 7, Seeley of Norwalk in 8. Lane 6 is vacant. And this is section 2. 30:57 was the winning time in the first section. Nawagbo of Johnston. Nawagbo out well in lane 2. O'Neill of Indianola in lane 5. Katie O'Neill of Indianola. O'Neill and Nawagbo, and it will be O'Neill in 5. 29:44. There's your new leader, Katie O'Neill, 29:44. Now let's move to the third and final section for the JV. Lane 1, Diggins Kennedy of Ames. In lane 3, Akeson of Waukee. Sternot of Ankeny in 4, Miller of Ankeny in 5. Emels of Pella is in 6. O'Brien of Johnston in 7. Hallbaker of Cedar Falls in lane 8. $29.44 is the time to beat. Emels of Pella getting out well in lane 6. That's Miller of Ankeny to her inside. Sternot in 4. Ankeny and Pella dueling it out here in this third and final section. Macy Sternot of Ankeny. Akeson of Waukee. 29.44 was the time to beat. Sternod is your JV winner, 28.76. .400 hurdles are up next. Good job, hurdle setters. Everybody in the 1500 should be checked in. 4x1s and 4x4s check in if you've not done so. 4x4s, 4x1s. If you haven't checked in, get that taken care of, please. We're going to the 1500 after the 400 hurdles, and then it's the relays. And hurdles are ready, Mr. Starter. First of 3 sections, varsity only, 400 hurdles. We have Martha Hamilton of City High, Kate Desmond of Norwalk, Reese Irvin of Dowling, Sienna Kriegel of Johnston, Reese Irvin of Dowling in lane 5 leading the field. Kate Desmond of Norwalk running in lane 4. That's Hamilton and Kriegel. 200 to go. Reese Irvin of Dowling leads this first of 3 sections. 1,500 meter runners. You should be gathering on the backstretch at the 200 meter mark, please. We'll have 1 section varsity and 1 section of JV. 1,500 meter runners should be making their way to the backstretch to finish your warm-ups. Thank you. Reese Irvin of Dowling in lane 5. Desmond of Norwalk in 4. One barrier remains here on the front stretch, and Kate Desmond of Norwalk is your leader. Desmond of Norwalk. Irvin of Dowling. Hamilton of City High. Kate Desmond. $117.80, $77.80 for Desmond. Now to Section 2, Riley Yan of Valley in 2, Carissa Castellano of Dowling in 3, Calissa Wright, who was a Drake Relays and 4A Shuttle Hurdle Relay medalist for Ankeny, will be in 4. Emma Now, a state qualifier of the Shuttle Hurdle Relay for Valley, is in 5, and Jonna Deacon of Cedar Falls in 6. That first section went 117.80. And this is Section 2. Emma Now of Valley. Carissa Castellano of Dowling. Now and Castellano, Wright of Ankeny in 4. Emma Now of Valley, Castellano, and Wright. Carissa Castellano of Dowling is your new leader. Castellano and Wright, and Now. Calissa Wright of Ankeny. Carissa Castellano of Dowling. Emma Now. Jonna Deacon. 117.63. There's your new leader. Calissa Wright, 117.63. Top 3 finishers. Varsity Discus. 3rd place, Megan Rentz of Cedar Falls, 106.11. The runner-up, Emily Ball of Dowling, 107.09. And your winner in the Varsity Discus, Anna Johnson of Dowling, 110 feet, 5 inches. And the third and final section, 117.63, the time to beat. Ellie Heisman of Waukee in 1, Lily Reynolds of City High in 2, Morgan Ingalls of Ames in 3, Maddie McFarland of Cedar Falls in 5, Allie Franzen of Ames in 6, Cameron Weirs of Waukee in 7, Olivia Hayes of Johnston in lane 8. Ingalls of Ames in 4, Franzen of Ames in 6, McFarland of Cedar Falls running well in lane 5. She's state meet medalist in the shuttle hurdle relay for Cedar Falls as a freshman. Now the Cedar Falls junior leading the field here in the third section. Maddie McFarland of Cedar Falls, 1:17.63 is the time to beat. McFarland, Ingalls of Ames, Heisman of Waukee, Maddie McFarland. 109.70 for McFarland. 109.70. Ingalls ran 112.56. McFarland has run faster this year at 108.97, but 109.70 gets her the win here tonight. And the hurdles are coming off the track. All of our 1,500-meter runners should be on the backstretch, varsity and JV.
35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford. DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Iowans know that winter means snow, ice, and freezing temps. Severe weather can make the roads downright dangerous. Truck Equipment Incorporated has the toughest work equipment that can stand up to the harshest conditions. Look for Western brand snowplows, quality you can count on. Buy new or utilize our repair services. We'll order new parts for same-day pickup or delivery. And now you can shop from home with our virtual showroom. Go to truckequipment.com today.
Leah Tenpus of Johnston, three-time top 11 finisher in 4A cross country. Addie Dornkamp, a freshman from Valley. She was 8th in the 4A cross country meet, 7th at Dickinson at 3,000. Emily Naughton of Indianola, 21st in 4A cross country. Faith Need of Johnston was 4th at Dickinson in this event. Outstanding field of 24, varsity 1,500 meters. And this 1,500 meters underway, one section. Dornkamp and Lackman and Gentry and Roush and Tenpus and Turk, McMahon, Kisgett and Need. All should be right around the 5-minute mark here before this is over. And Lauren McMahon. Lauren McMahon, a great story, went up for cross country for her first time ever as a senior and ended up finishing 6th in the state cross country meet. And McMahon takes his field to the backstretch. And here comes your field once again. And McMahon is out in front. Lauren McMahon of Ankeny. Tempest of Johnston is in that second spot. Emily Naughton of Indianola running third. Faith Need of Johnston in fourth. And McMahon out in front. She's been our leader from the gun. Tempest of Johnston is running second. Emily Naughton of Indianola in third. And your leaders are at the video board. JV 1500 should all be at the top of the backstretch. You'll be up next. And it is McMahon and Tempest. Naughton. And your leaders are making the way to the backstretch here on the bell lap. And a good battle up front with 200 to go. Lauren McMahon of Ankeny and Aaliyah Tempest of Johnston. McMahon and Tempest. Naughton running third. Bassert of Waukee, but this is McMahon up front and Tempest and Naughton. And it was Lauren McMahon, 4:58.36. Naughton ran 5:01.13. Tempest 5:01.30. Bassert 5:07.51 for fourth. Lauren McMahon, your winner, 4:58.36. All of our JV runners for the 1,500 meters should be on the backstretch. All 4x1s and 4x4s should all be checked in. 4x1s and 4x4s should all be checked in. And this is the JV 1500. Lillian Sundin of Waukee. This is the JV 1500. We'll follow this with the Varsity 4x1, 2 sections of the Varsity 4x1, 2 sections of the JV 4x1 as well. And here is your field. Chrissy Spear of Johnston out in front, and Alyssa Bird of Waukee. Lillian Sundin of Waukee. Sophie Stumbo of City High. Barbina Suba of Valley. 2 laps to go. Chrissy Spear of Johnston leading the field. Spear of Johnston with 600 to go. All 4x1s and 4x4s should be checked in, both JV and Varsity. Varsity 4x1 will follow this JV 1500. And here's your leader on the front stretch. She'll be coming to the bell. Chrissy Spear of Johnston. Alyssa Bird of Waukee. Lillian Sundin of Waukee. Robina Suba of Valley. Abby McLaren of Johnston. Chrissy Spear of Johnston leading the field here in the JV 1500. Chrissy Spear of Johnston. And she is your JV champion tonight, Chrissy Spear, 5:25.62. In this varsity 4x1, we're running two sections. Section 1, in lane 2, Drake and 4A qualifier, City High of Iowa City. Marshalltown in 3, Indianola, Drake Relays qualifier in 4. Dowling, a Drake and state qualifier in 2019, is in 5, and Ames. They qualified the Drake Relays. They were 6th in 4A in 2019. The Little Cyclones run in 6. And we're ready at the first exchange. We're ready at the second exchange. Not quite ready yet at the final exchange. City High in 2, Marshalltown in 3, Indianola 4, Dowling in 5, Ames in 6. We're ready, Mr. Starter. First section, varsity 4x1. And a clean start here in the first of two sections. Fonfabon leading off for City High. That is Dowling with Julia Shanka, their fine hurdler, on the lead leg. They're running Kramer on the second leg. She's had a great meet. Giaffretti running for Indianola, making up ground. That's Dowling out in front. Ames with Diggins Kennedy. And we go to the third leg. Dowling with the stick. It is Dowling with Tobias. Ames with Buss. Eaton running for Indianola. Indianola, Dowling, and Ames together at the final exchange. Indianola with their outstanding hurdler, Raina Sickles. Ames with Marcuccia. Ames, Indianola, and Dowling. And it is Ames in 52.87 to win that first section. 52.87. Now we go to section 2. Drake Relays qualifier Norwalk in 1. They have two members from that quartet plus Claire Farrell running on this foursome tonight. Cedar Falls, a Drake Relays qualifier, will run in 2. Roosevelt, a Drake qualifier in 3. In lane 4, they were 5th at Drake. And the 4A runner-up a year ago, 2 members back from that quartet. They also won the 4x2 tonight, and they are leading the 4x1 statewide at 50.06. This is Waukee. The reigning 4A champion, Ankeny, is in 5. Johnston, a Drake and state qualifier in 6. Pella, a Drake qualifier, and the 3A runner-up is in lane 7. 2 members back from that quartet. Valley qualified to Drake and state in 2019, and they'll run in lane 8. We are ready at the first exchange, ready at the second exchange, almost ready here in the final exchange. And we are ready, Mr. Starter. Final section, Varsity 4x1. .52.87, the winning time out of the first section. Waukee in 4 won the 4x2 today. Ankeny was the 4x2 runner-up. They're leading off with Van de Mortel. They're going to anchor Mayberry. They were on that state and Drake winning quartet from a year ago. Waukee with Van de Kroll. They'll run Perry on the third leg. Ankeny with the exchange. Ankeny with Lillian Smith. Waukee with Perry. They'll anchor Harris. Mayberry will be on the anchor for Ankeny. She won the 100 tonight. It is Waukee and it is Ankeny. Waukee and Ankeny. Natalie Harris and Matika Mayberry. In Waukee, 50.56. They've run 50.06 this year. Ankeny 50.83, and they have run 50.32. And you'll see the rest of the times populating up on the big board as we go to the JV 4x1. 2 sections here. City High in 2, Pella in 3, Dowling in 4, Norwalk will run in 5, and Valley in 6. Section 1 of 2, JV 4x1. JV 4x4, you will be up next. City High in 2, Pella 3, Dowling in 4, Norwalk in 5, and Valley in 6. And we are ready, Mr. Starter. And a clean start here in the first of two sections in the JV 4x1. Dowling getting out well with Friedrich. Green on the opener for City High. That's Norwalk now with Brooke Seeley. Norwalk in 5. Valley in 6. Norwalk running Shea Ung on this leg. Dowling with Ortiz. City High with Stewart. And we come to the anchor. And Norwalk comes out with the lead. Norwalk running Welch on the anchor. City High getting a good anchor carry from Vanderhoof. City High and Norwalk. Dowling with Dooling. And City High out of lane 2. 58-21 for City High, 58-21. So that's our time to beat going to the second and final section of the 4x1. Johnston in 1, Marshalltown in 2, Roosevelt in 3, Ankeny in 4, Waukee in 5, Indianola 6, Cedar Falls will run in lane 7. And the second and final section of the JV 4x1. Waukee running Motter on the third leg after running Carnes and Liu. They'll anchor Miranda Peters. Ankeny will have Miller on their anchor leg. It is Waukee and Ankeny. Waukee with Peters. Larissa Miller on the anchor for Ankeny. And now we're going to go to the JV 4x4 with Pella in 1, Cedar Falls in 2, Waukee in 3, City High in 4, Johnston in 5, Dowling in 6, Indianola and Marshalltown. And the JV 4x4, we're running in one section. Pella, Cedar Falls, Waukee, City High, Johnston, Dowling, Indianola, and Marshalltown. Waukee and Johnston and Pella and Dowling. And here come your leaders on this leadoff leg. Waukee and Johnston. Waukee and Johnston and Pella. We'll follow this JV 4x4 with two sections of the Varsity 4x4. Waukee and Johnston and Pella, 1, 2, and 3 at the exchange. Then it's City High and Dowling and Cedar Falls. Waukee out in front, 200 to go on this leg. And we'll be moving to the anchor with Waukee out in front, Johnston running second, and Pella running third. Then Dowling, Cedar Falls, and City High. And Waukee. First to make the pass, Olney will anchor. Johnston with the exchange. They're anchoring May Glass. Pella with Emily Spurgeon. That's Waukee on the backstretch leading this JV 4x4. 200 meters to go. And Waukee on the front stretch. And they are the JV 4x4 champions. Johnston and Dowling and Cedar Falls, Pella, City High. And we're ready now to go to the varsity 4x4. We're going to be running in 2 sections. These 4x4s were scheduled to begin at 8:15. We're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. And like I said earlier, what a big thank you to the athletes and the coaches for being prepared and being ready for each event, all of our volunteers and officials, and our great starter, Mr. Jeff Richards, doing a great job tonight. Here are the point standings for the High V Cup points after the 4x1. Indianola 16, Cedar Falls 16, Pella 17, Johnston 21, Ames 25, Ankeny 26, Waukee has 56. We are not keeping team points per se, but we are going to award a High V Cup for the team that gets the most points in the relays. Waukee leads that right now with 56. And the first of 2 sections of the varsity 4x4, Marshalltown opening up with Gallegos, Norwalk with Wallace, Lauren Blake on the lead leg for Indianola. She was on their quartet that qualified to the state meet in 2019. Cedar Falls was 4th at Drake and won 4A in 2019. They're leading off with Sydney Stokes, who was a member of that quartet. Stokes is out well. Pella in 6. They were a Drake qualifier and 3rd in 3A in 2019. Ashley Blomers was on that quartet, and she's leading it off for Pella right now and running well. And here comes your field on this opening leg. Cedar Falls with Stokes. Norwalk running Annika Wallace, and she's running well. Norwalk with Annika Wallace. Norwalk with Wallace, Pella with Blomers. Blake on the lead leg for Indianola. They'll hand off in second. Norwalk is out early with Haley Down. Indianola running Katie O'Neill. And as this field moves down the backstretch, Haley Down carrying the stick for Norwalk. Second leg gets through the cones. They can cut down to the rail. Indianola with O'Neill. Pella with Trine. Cedar Falls with Knutson. Norwalk with Haley Down. They'll run Kenzie Korselman on the third leg. Norwalk with Down. Korselman set to take the baton. Exchange is made, and Norwalk is out with the lead. Indianola with O'Neill. They'll run Avery Howe third. Cedar Falls will run Goodenbauer. Pella with Schroeder. Norwalk out in front. Norwalk leading the field. Then it's Pella and Indianola and Cedar Falls. Here's your leader on the front stretch, and we're going to the anchor leg. Norwalk be the first to pass, and here's the battle for second coming into the front stretch. Pella, Cedar Falls, and Indianola. Norwalk out in front, and a great race for second behind them. Pella will anchor Schmidt. Cedar Falls with Dunning. Emily Naughton on the anchor leg for Indianola. Norwalk has Bree Morrow. They're moving well on the backstretch. 200 meters to go in this first of two sections. Norwalk with Bree Morrow. Cedar Falls and Indianola in a battle for second. Indianola and Pella, followed by Cedar Falls. Norwalk is your winner in this section, followed by Indianola, Pella, and Cedar Falls. 4:23.50, the time for Norwalk, so that is our time to beat, 4:23.50. Now we're going to wrap up this 2021 Waukee Girls Invitational with the final section of the 4x4. It's been a chilly, windy evening. We thank you all for being here and your patience and the perseverance by these student athletes putting up some outstanding performances tonight. Valley, a 4A qualifier, will be in 1. Dowling, a Drake Relays finalist, and the 4A runner-up will be in 2. 4A qualifier Ames in 3. Roosevelt in 4. Waukee was 3rd at Drake and 7th at the state meet in 2019. They're in 5. Johnston, a Drake qualifier in 5th and 4A, will be in 6. City High, Drake and state qualifier in 7. Ankeny, a state qualifier in 2019, runs in lane 8. Second and final section, the final event of this Waukee Girls Invitational of 2021. 4:23.50 is the time to beat. Then Valley opening up with DeBrava, Dowling with Shanka, Ames with Ellie Lynch on their lead leg. Ariana Jackson leading off for Roosevelt. Waukee with Slicker. Kamienski on the lead leg for Johnston. C.C. Kelly Harvey, who's had an outstanding meet for City High, leading off for the Little Hawks in 7. Ankeny with Riley Reesberg leading off in lane 8. And this lead leg coming off the turn to the first exchange. Waukee with Slicker, City High with C.C. Kelly Harvey. We go to the first exchange in the second leg, and Mackenzie Carney has the stick for Waukee. She won the 100 hurdles tonight, and she was on that winning shuttle hurdle relay for Waukee. And she'll be the first through the cones and the first to the rail on the backstretch. City High with DePringer. Had a great carry on their medley tonight. That is Waukee and City High. Johnston running Gosling. Roosevelt with Coleman. Moon running for Ames. Gaskell for Dowling. And Lauren Schultz, who has won the 800 and the 3,000 tonight, running this leg for Valley. Waukee with Kearney. DePringer with an outstanding carry for City High. And Ames with Cameron Moon. Waukee will make the exchange in first. Then it's Ames and City High. Waukee running Angelina Carter on this leg. Ames with Olivia Jones. City High with Ava Bell. And this third leg now moving down the backstretch. Valley running Haley Chappelle. Johnston with Wagner. Ankeny with Shadrivan. Ariana Johnson running for Roosevelt. Waukee out in front. Ames running second. Waukee and Ames. And we are going to the anchor. Waukee and Ames. And Waukee drops the stick, so Ames comes out of the zone with the lead, and they're running Neondu Chan on their anchor leg. And Waukee with Mallory Drake. Valley will run Reagan Griffith. Roosevelt with Roundtree. Johnston with Blanchard. Reynolds for City High, and Ankeny with Palmer. 200 to go, and Waukee has regained the lead. Mallory Drake on the anchor leg for Waukee. It's Waukee running up front. And we have got a great race here on the front stretch. It is Waukee, it is Johnston, it is Drake and Blanchard. Waukee and Johnston and Ames. And Dowling. And Waukee overcoming a mishap at the exchange zone, coming back to win 4:19.65 for Waukee. They've run faster this year. That's fast enough to win tonight. Waukee 4:19.65 in that final section of the Varsity 4x4. That wraps up our events on the track for this 2021 Waukee Girls Invitational. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support of our great sport of track and field. Travel safely wherever it is you may be going.